Okay, everybody, I believe we are live. Can everybody see me and can everybody hear me? Okay. How's everybody doing? Mike is crazy? Oh. Oh. Let me fix that, everybody. I think I know how to fix that. Okay, is that better? No. Okay, is that better? Okay, I think that should be better. Okay, sorry about that, everybody. I think it's okay now. My microphone's been acting up the last few days, but I think I figured out what it is. I don't know why it keeps resetting, though. Okay. Ethan, thank you for the $2. It's time. Let's go, Brendan. I appreciate you. Thank you, Ethan. I appreciate you. So, yeah, sorry about that. So, can everybody see things on the screen pretty well? Okay, cool. Looking good. Austin Roberts. Thank you for the member message. Let's have some fun, Brendan. Draft day. Hopefully, we have fun, man. Hopefully, we have fun. Why you have Michael over Walker? Because I think Michael is a better draft prospect than Walker. I don't get the Walker stuff completely. I got to be honest. I'm not a big Walker guy. He's okay. Like there are some real problems with Walker. Those short arms could be a killer, man. Those short arms could be a big problem. I don't know. I'm a little bit suspicious of Walker. Um, okay. All right, testing, testing. Test. Okay. I think that's actually perfect for the microphone. Do you think Kenneth Grant will go early? He's a nose tackle, so not super early, but he'll go early. Scott, thank you for the $20. Go Hawks. Go Hawks indeed. By the way, guys, this stream is powered by BetUS TV. Just to let everybody know. I think the Hawks will trade back tonight. I think I agree. I think that's the most likely outcome. How many blue chippers do you have? I'd go like 8. I ended up with 8. I decided I really, really like Tyler Warren, and I don't care what people say. You guys can't make me not love Tyler Warren. If we get Kenneth Grant, do we legit have a top 5 D-line? Maybe more. It might be more like top 3. And that's going to make up for a lot of the other deficiencies on this team. So, as you guys can see, I don't have chat on screen. What do you guys think about that? Because I did it during the free agency streams and people seem to like it. So, let me know what you guys think about that. Because I guess I could change it, but I don't think I'm going to. It seems like people prefer it this way. But does anybody have any thoughts about that? How many snaps per game would Kenneth Grant play? Probably like 30, which is what he did in that's basically what he did in college, so that really shouldn't be too big of a deal. You can put it on the left. Yeah, that'll block the GIFs, or GIFs or whatever. Okay, I think we're about to get started here. Can you guys hear my TV? Let me know if you guys can hear my TV throughout the day. I don't think you can, but it's possible that it may end up happening. I don't think Josh Simmons is going to fall that far, Seahawks fan. I don't think you're going to be able to do that. Hey, Green Earth. Hey, Nolan. Okay, good. Nobody can hear my TV. Excellent. Okay, so we already know what the first pick is going to be. So, yeah. Also, I have some very bad news. Right before I started the stream, my computer shut down without my input. So I don't know what happened. I have no way of knowing what happened, but I'm going to be very unhappy if my computer turns off in the middle of the draft. I will be livid if that happens. So really, really hoping that we get a stable stream this year. Got like 250 people on YouTube, got over 300 people total. What's going on? Let's get it. Yeah, I'm a big Michael Williams fan. I think that guy's getting slept on big time. All right, here we go, everybody. I'm looking at the chat on Restream, by the way. So hopefully, if you guys chat on X or Facebook, I'll be able to see it too. Because Restream combines all 3 chats into one. So I should be able to see every message that gets sent, no matter the platform. Would you take McMillan at 18? Oh, absolutely. That's a no-brainer to me. If McMillan is there at 18 and the Seahawks don't take him, I would probably be unhappy. That's how good I think he is. Come on, Clay Matthews. Get off the stage. Yeah, but Higgins is so good at high pointing stuff, man. If we draft Jihad, would Ernest Jones or Knight get benched? Probably. I think Knight might get traded. You might trade Tyrese Knight then because Campbell is too good to keep off the field. And Knight's good, but let's not go crazy here. He's not Ray Lewis. There's nothing wrong with swapping him out for somebody better if you have the opportunity to get somebody that much better. Thoughts on Trey Harris in the second? It would be okay. I'm not a big Trey Harris guy. I couldn't quite get into him. All right, guys, so we're going to get underway soon here. The Titans are on the clock officially. We already know what they're going to do, so that'll pick will probably come in soon. So thank you, everybody, for spending day one of the 2025 NFL Draft with me on stream. I'm going to be streaming through the end of the 2025 NFL Draft Day 1. And we will be going offline shortly after it concludes, but I will be coming back online for a joint stream with the Hawks Nest. Can you post draft clock so we can sync? How would I do that? I'm at 8:38 right now. 8:38. But anyway, so yeah, that's going to be the coverage today. I'm going to joint stream with the Hawks Nest for a little bit later tonight after day one is over, just so we can break down everything that happened and talk about how we feel going into day two. But that's going to be the coverage. As you guys can see, I have my big board over on the right side. That big board is going to be updated with every pick that gets made. With picks that get made, I'm going to take players off. And at any given time, you'll be able to see my top 20 on the right side of the screen. So that'll be one handy way of people understanding what my big board looks like at any given time. I also have the most recent 2 picks below me. If you look below me, I have the most recent 2 picks and the next team that is about to pick on screen at all times. And I also will have the Seahawks picks on screen throughout the draft. So that is going to be what I am doing to keep people updated on the draft. So if you're in this stream and you're trying to get my attention in chat and asking me questions about like who did we take, you probably can just look at the screen. You can look at the screen and it'll say. We also have some trackers in the bottom left corner. Subscribers, members, super chats, and tips. So that is one thing that's going to be going on over the next few days. I am hoping to get some donations going as well. So what I did was, number one, I changed out most of the GIFs, the animations that play on stream when there's a donation or a subscription. So most of the animations are now new, and there's now a bunch of custom animations for certain amounts of donation. So for instance, off the top of my head, a $21 super chatter tip will spark a special animation. A $2.10 tip will spark the same animation. A $9.90 tip will spark a special animation, etc., etc., etc. There are a bunch of different numbers. There are a bunch of different donation amounts that spark special animations. And every donation, super chat or tip, should also now be enabled with text-to-speech. So if you donate tip or super chat and you have a message with your donation, it should be read out on stream by TTS software. And if we end up finding it annoying, then I can turn it off. But I want to try it for this stream. So if you donate, your message will be read aloud on stream. And that's also the best way to get me to respond to a donation. I respond to a message, rather. The chat is going to be moving so quickly, and I'm going to be so busy following the draft, I'm not going to have time to interact with chat, every single chat message. So if you want to get my attention, if you donate or you become a member or whatever, I'm guaranteed to see it. I'm guaranteed to see the message and respond to it. So that is the best way to get my attention. If you have a specific question for me, or you just want to say something that you want the whole chat to see. So that's really about it. Let's have fun. So ESPN is comparing Patrick Mahomes to Cam Ward, so we're off to a strong start. I don't think the Titans are trying to trade. That'd be pretty weird. They could have traded the pick months ago. No tiers this year? No, I decided I think people would rather have more of the big board on screen. That's the sense that I get. Okay, pick is in. Hey, Jack. If we take Barron or Johnson, do you think we trade Reek? Not necessarily. I feel like we would have traded Reek by now if we were going to, personally. I wanted to trade Reek, but I feel like we would have already chosen to do it. Jaguars trading for number 2. Is that official, Mask? Okay, here we go. First pick. I wonder who they're going to take.
The Seahawks are world champs.
There we go. Cam Ward. Cam Ward. Okay. And now we are taking Cam Ward off the big board. The tiers were nice. Who's tier 1? I think tier 1 stops after Graham. Or no, maybe it stops after Warren. Senor Tiny Baby Goats. Tonight and the next 2 days are the culmination of a lot of hard work you have done. Thank you very much for all of your insightful videos. Go Hawks. Thank you so much for the $100 super chat, Senor Tiny Baby Goats. We are off to a great start tonight. Thank you so much. That support means a lot to me. And yes, I can confirm the Jacksonville Jaguars have traded up to number 2, taking the pick away from the Browns. So, what did they trade up to do, people? What do you guys think? What are they doing? What are the Jags doing? I think I got a feeling here. Yeah, what's the trade haul? Travis Hunter, yeah, I'm kind of feeling that way too. I think Hunter's the play, if I had to guess. No spoilers, though. I don't know. Oh, right. Okay, so any donation, $48 or more, plays the Super Bowl GIF, and it doesn't have text-to-speech. So anything below $48 will be TTS. Yeah, they're obviously not taking a quarterback. It's got to be Travis Hunter. Okay, so yeah, we're going Jacksonville here. And then we got the Giants on the clock at number 3. By the way, I like I did like I did like Cam Ward, but I didn't really want to take him that much, so I'm totally fine with him going off the board there. A first and a second. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the way things typically go. If we're being honest here, that is the way things typically go in terms of what it costs to do certain things. Well, whatever Jacksonville does here, it better be good because that first round pick next year could end up being pretty nice. Oh, Jacksonville also picked up a 4th rounder. Okay. Jags getting Membo. They didn't need to trade up if they wanted Membo. Carter was my dream pick. Yeah, but emphasis on the word dream because that was a dream. I don't think Hunter's going to be able to play a lot of receiver in the NFL. I think he's mostly a corner. Okay, 3:52 left on the clock. $3:52 left on the clock. Let's go, people. Okay, pick is in, people. Pick is in. Okay, we have over 420 people in the stream right now, so welcome everybody. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Browns might get Jean-T. You could do a lot worse than that, that's for sure. I don't think the Raiders would be very happy if the Browns got Jean-T. I like Matthew Golden. I don't love him, but I think he'd be okay at 18. Okay, Jacksonville's war room looks pretty happy. A lot of teams like Zable. They like him more than I did, I gotta be honest. Here we go, Jacksonville. And oh, they're doing the Walter. They're doing the Walter Payton Man of the Year thing. For a second, I thought Roger Goodell said the Jaguars drafted Eric Armstead, and I was really confused. All right, so he's talking about some stuff. Yep, Travis Hunter. I do think Travis Hunter is very good, and I do think that he'll be a very good pro, but I think you're kind of fooling yourself if you think he's going to be a two-way player full time. I think you are, for the most part, looking at a cornerback who will play occasional receiver. Nunya, I think the difference between pick 2 and pick 5 is significant. Like, a lot of people thought Travis Hunter was the top player in this draft. I didn't, but a lot of people did. Okay, so now we've got the Giants on the clock here. Any edge players you'd like at 18? Absolutely. I do think Travis Hunter is the second best player in this draft, so I certainly don't think there's anything wrong with it. But I wouldn't have made the trade personally. I don't think he's that good. I think he's good. All right, Giants on the clock. They've got 4 minutes flat. 4 minutes. If you believe that Hunter is going to be cornerback 1 and wide receiver 1, then yeah, it's a good trade. But there's no way he's going to be able to do both. There's just no way. I think he's going to be a cornerback and plays like maybe 10 snaps a game at receiver, and that's it. Shedeur to the Giants. That would be pretty funny. So, real quick question here. How's the stream look? How's the stream sound? Pretentious Cameron, thank you for the 40 months as a member. Go Hawks. Go Hawks indeed, Pretentious Cameron. All right, guys, so we've been going for about a half an hour here. So, real quick, let's, I want to take a quick moment here And I want to tell you about my friends over at BetUS TV. There's a lot of sports going on right now. We're underway in the baseball season. Basketball playoffs are just starting. Hockey playoffs are just starting. We got some football stuff going on in the offseason as well. The football season is going to be here before we know it. So make sure to check out BetUS TV to enhance all of your sports watching and sports enjoying experience. Great times over there. Check it out. Go have some fun. BetUS TV. Enhance your sports enjoyment. All right. Giants pick is in. Giants pick is in. Did I take Travis Hunter off the big board? Yes, I did. Okay, so who's got the fourth pick? It's New England. Okay. I'm worried about Mike Green. The character concerns I think are legitimate. You think the Browns might trade up in the first with us since extra second now? That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. I can dig it. All right, Giants. Abdul Carter. All right. I like it. I kind of wanted them to take Jackson Dart, though, because it would have been funny. But that's a good pick. Nothing wrong with that. That's a good question, Seahawks fan. That's a great question. I don't know. All right. So a lot of people think the Patriots are going to take Will Campbell here, which, I mean, I get it, I guess, but I feel like Membo is a much better prospect. Some people love Will Campbell. I got to be honest. I'm worried about those arms, man. Those arms are a problem. I don't know if there was a rumor of it, Kevin, excuse me, but I could see a trade like that happening. Green Earth, Jacksonville gave up their second rounder and a first rounder next year, and there was a couple other little pieces in the trade, but that was the core of it. Excuse me. I think this is a little early for McMillan, and I like McMillan a lot more than most people, but I don't think they're going to do that. Also, I apologize if anyone felt misled, but to the best of my knowledge, any donations from here on out of less than $47.99 should trigger the TTS. So, if anybody felt like ripped off by that, I apologize. But the donation we got was $100, which triggers the Super Bowl GIF. Anything more than $47.99 does. All right, we're in commercial break. Did you get a new mic? Sounds clear? No, I just played with settings. Yeah, a lot of people think Will Campbell's going here. I'm not a huge fan. Yeah, I always say GIF, or I guess it's GIF. I don't know. Whatever. Animation. No spoilers, right? I mean, I don't have chat on screen, so it's not as big of a deal. But yeah, I would prefer no spoilers if at all possible. But it's not as big a deal as it usually is because, you know. Still in commercials.
Jags trade up for a WR when they need _Brandon.
Jordan, thank you for the $5 super chat. I mean, they can still get offensive line later, man. I imagine they'll find a way to get what they want regardless. Thank you for the $5, Jordan. All right, so the TTS worked. So that's good. Who do you think the Browns will take? Some people are saying they're going to get Jean-T. I guess the buzz is Jean-T. Okay, pick is in, people. Patriots pick is in. Yep, Will Campbell. And that means
Thanks,
Cleveland is
Brendan.
now.
Go Hawks.
Roy Froelich, thank you for the 25 Canadian, which is like $18. Thanks, Brendan. Go Hawks. Go Hawks indeed, Roy. All right, so now that we've heard it a couple times, what do you guys think of the TTS? And now Browns are getting 9 minutes? That's a good point, man. What's up with that? All right, let's take Will Campbell off the board. No, I don't think it's a surprise. I just don't agree with it. Like, I'm not surprised at all that they got Campbell. I just don't think it's a very good pick. I think Membo would have been a lot better. Like, Will Campbell's going to have to work very hard to overcome his short arm length. He just is. What I'll probably do is turn the TTS off during the when the Seahawks are up to pick. I think that makes sense. Because I don't want the TTS audio to get on the video that I'm recording.
Let's go Seahawks.
Joseph Miller, let's go Seahawks. Thank you for the $12. Appreciate it, Joseph Miller. Thank you for the support. I think Campbell's going to be a guard in the NFL, which is why I don't love the pick. But I think he'll be a good guard, so I don't think it's terrible. It's just not what I would have done. I don't hate it.
FYI for everyone, it's 10 minutes first round, 7 minutes second round and 5 minutes in rounds 3 through 6.
Just the thing is, the Giants only got like 4 minutes. I see no donation link or tab. Well, you can super chat by clicking the $sign below the chat. Or you can click the tip link in the stream description and you can tip. And there are actually a couple other things you can do on the description as well. There's a PayPal link, there's Cash App, Venmo, whatever it is that you happen to prefer. But That's the you'll be able to find a way to donate somewhere around there. But yeah, the thing is, the Giants only had like 4 minutes to pick for some reason. That's the thing that didn't really make sense. Zidaki, thank you for the $1.99. Game over super sticker. Do you buy the rumors of us trading one of our running backs? I think it's possible. They're all gone now. Equals I live in Southern Europe. Oh. Okay, well, that's weird. Yeah, most people just super chat because the icon is literally right next to chat, but tipping's actually better. Okay, Cleveland's pick is in. Here we go. Mason Graham. I mean, I don't like him as much as most people, but he's very good. Okay. Not too bad. Not bad at all. Very, very high floor on Mason Graham. I don't think he has a massive ceiling, but he's good. Yeah, tipping is way better. Yeah. Few different reasons why. I liked Tootin a lot. The thing is he fumbles too much, but I like everything else about him, Kevin. Okay, so that's another one of my pump your fist guys off the board here. Not that I ever thought Graham had any chance of being there, so I'm not tripping on it. So the Raiders are probably taking Gentil here. That's what everybody expects. And who picks 7th? Which team picks 7th? It's not the Panthers. It's, shoot. Panthers pick 8th. Saints pick 9th. Who picks 7th? Why can I not remember? It's not the Bears. Bears pick 10th. Jets. Thank you. Why was that so hard for me to remember? The world will never know. Yeah, I think Graham's a fine pick. Okay, so
Hey Brandon. Respect for having a big board that doesn't just follow chalk. Tired of seeing 10 big boards that have the same guys in the same places.
Upo, thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, I mean, I got to go with my reads here, right? I got to go with my reads. We're all going to have our different reads, but I got to follow them or else what am I doing? The Jets drafting a quarterback would make some good amount of sense. I don't, at least in theory, I don't think any of the quarterbacks are worth taking, and I think they know it, though. All right, here we go. Here come the Raiders. Yeah, Jalen Walker to the Panthers, I think, is largely expected. I think Gentil's good enough to justify a pick in the top 10. I don't have a problem with it. I think he's really, really good. Oh, Alan, that was absolutely amazing. Okay. All right, picks in for the Raiders. Here we go. Gentil off the board. The Bears were trying to trade up for him, and I guess they failed. The Bears were trying to trade up to get Gentil. Gentil. Hampton going in round 1 would not surprise me. I don't really think Shadur's falling yet, Rye Guy. I never thought he was going to be that coveted. I hope Bears draft Armand Membo. That is the pick that they made in the creator mock draft. They did get Membo. Jets pick is already in. The Jets are an interesting pivot here. I'm not sure what they're going to do. Couple different possibilities there. Guys, should I cut a video during the Niners, Cardinals, and Rams picks as well because they're division rivals? Should I do a video reaction to their picks when they come up? I've done it before. Should I do it again? What do you guys think? All right, it seems like a lot of people want me to do that. All right. All right, come on, Jets. Make a pick. I'm watching on ESPN. Is NFL Network ahead? Should I switch to NFL Network? Is NFL Network getting things in faster than ESPN? I don't know. I think YouTube has a little lag. Well, yeah, YouTube has a little lag. I'm asking if ESPN or NFL Network seems to be doing a better job. ABC's way ahead of you. Okay, I just flipped over to... Okay, it says the Jets pick is in on ABC. Let's go with that for a little bit here. All right, Jets pick is in, but we're in commercial. I don't think Barron makes sense because I think Barron is a slot corner and we already have a great slot corner. Like, you can't build your whole defense out of slot corners. I don't think that one makes a lot of sense. Hey, Jorge, what's going on? Good to see you. The Giants have picked up Kayvon Thibodeau's fifth-year contract option right after getting Abdul Carter. Very interesting. Not sure what to make about that. Not sure how to feel about that. But yeah, the Barron thing I'm not really feeling because I think he's a slot corner and we don't really need that. And I don't see any way we would need that in the foreseeable future. Pick is in for the Jets. I feel like this is a no-brainer for Membo. I really do. Yes. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you for the donation, Marcus. If you want me to say the amount, I can, but if you don't want me to, I don't have to. But thank you for the donation, Marcus. I just received that. Appreciate it. Giants can trade Thibodeau? Maybe. That might work. All right. This is probably Membo, but let's see. Yep, Membo. That was the guy I would have been willing to trade up for at 9 or 10. So that's off the table now. I'll list him as offensive tackle, even though I think he'll play on the right side because I don't think it's guaranteed. Tell us how much he donated. Only if he wants me to. I'm not going to do it if he doesn't want to. Okay, I don't care. It was 55. Okay, he said I don't care, so $55. I am a fan of Membo. I do think Membo's going to be great. Okay, so now we have Carolina on the clock. And the Saints are in the hole. So there could be some movement here. Would not shock me if there's some kind of a move here of some nature. Oh, Panthers pick is in. They're not trading it. Panthers pick is in. They are not trading it. A lot of people think this is Jalen Walker. If we land Banks by chance, is he a move to guard? That's kind of what I think we would do. I think he can play guard. That's what I would expect him to happen. But he can play tackle, I think. He's just not going to be as good at it. But he'll be good enough. Yeah, Membo can play tackle, I think. Membo can play tackle. Well, John has the power, 100%. John has the power. There's no way Mike has that big of a pull on things. You see us taking a quarterback at all this draft? Not anymore. We're in commercials, by the way, which is weird because the Panthers pick is already in, but whatever. Yeah, but a good oh yeah, I'm sure there's some give and take, but I'm sure John Schneider has the ultimate power here. I would hope that there's a relationship between coach and GM. Yeah, we're still in commercials, by the way, guys. Still in commercials. I'm on ABC, by the way. They're supposed to be ahead of everybody else. My ABC's ahead of yours. My cable's always behind everyone else's cable. That is a pretty consistent. Oh, wow. We have over 800 people in the stream right now. That jumped up quick. What's up, everybody? How you guys doing? Yeah, the pick's been in for a while on my screen. They just haven't actually announced what it is. Okay, yeah, we've got almost 800 people on stream right now. What's up, people? Wait a minute. Do we have a little bit of a curveball here? Tet McMillan. Well, that Panthers fan does not look very happy. Did you guys see him? That guy looked unhappy. That was funny. I don't know why. Tet McMillan's great, man. Bunch of haters. Bunch of haters in the house. I like Tet. I like Tet, man. I would have happily taken him at 18, but he's gone now. So according to the rumor, which I would, caution people against believing blindly, we are going to trade down if Gray Zable goes in the next 8 picks. All right. So McMillan off the board. I got to be honest. I was kind of hoping that Jalen Walker would go there. I just don't think Zable's worth the pick at 18. I just don't. To me, it's kind of like Byron Murphy last year. Is he good? Yeah. Is it going to work out on some level? I think, but I just don't see him as being worth a pick at 18. I just don't. So we're not trading down. No, apparently Zable's going to go by 13. That's what people are saying. How certain are you the Seahawks won Zable? No, I'm not certain. I'm not certain, but that's the rumor. Saints pick is in. This is an interesting one right here. This is a very interesting one. This could be a few different things. Are they going to take Banks? They could take Banks here for sure. Guys, stop spoiling in the chat. Some people don't like it. Knock it off. I don't really want Zabel at 18, no. I think Banks is worth it at 18. I think Banks is a much better prospect. How is Warren still on the board? That's a reasonable question, man. Okay, we're going back to commercial, even though we've only had one pick since last. Okay, never mind. No commercials. Never mind. I do suspect we'll trade down right now. If I had to guess. I would love Warren, yeah. I think Warren's a beast. I'm a big fan. I don't care what anybody says.
Hey man, been a while. Hope Hawks draft smart. Plus what you think of Tay Mason Taylor from LSU? Son of Hall of Famer Jason Taylor?
Oh, hey Robert, what's up, man? I like Mason Taylor. I think that he's been bumped up to like the second round now. And I don't think he's that. Oh, Kelvin Banks. Yep. Kind of felt that one coming. Kelvin Banks. Yeah, I like Mason Taylor a lot, but I don't know if I'd take him in the first round, and it seems like that's going to be what it takes. Okay, Kelvin Banks moves off the board. So, not thrilled with the way this is falling for us in terms of getting somebody I really love at 18. I will admit. And by the way, San Francisco's pick is coming up in not too long here, so I'll cut a video for that. Because they are actually a big pivot pick in this draft as well. What did the Bears do? Do they take... They already have a tight end, right? They paid Komet. I don't know, man. I have no idea what the Bears do. Do they need a linebacker? They paid Edmonds not that long ago, right? This early, though? I don't think it's that early. It's a little early. Could they reach for Connerly? I do like Connerly a lot. It would be a reach here, but it wouldn't be a capital offense. Pick is in for the Bears. That was quick. Okay, pick is in. Not that we'll learn it anytime soon. Oh, schedule release. They're going to talk about this for a second here. All right, Bears pick is coming up soon here, but they're talking about the schedule release on my screen still. May 14th. Okay, that sets up pretty perfectly. By the time I'm done breaking down the draft class, the schedule release will be here, so that's actually pretty good. Are the best remaining players ranked according to you? Of course, Voodoo. Who else would it be? I don't care what anybody else thinks. Well, no, okay, I do care a little bit, but that's not what you're here for, right? You know, I almost agree, Marcus. I almost agree. I'm actually closer to that than most people. All right, Bears, what do you got? Oh, they're talking about McMichael, the guy who passed away recently. Yeah, they're talking about Steve McMichael, the Great Bear. Why does it look like wearing a Colts jersey? I don't know. I'm not. Wow. Colston Loveland. I gotta be honest. I get it, but then again, I don't. Very, very hard sell on Warren not being better than Loveland. Like, I don't know. He was barely on my screen. I don't know, man. I'm not feeling that one. A tight end who's going to be a very dynamic pass catching threat, but he can't block. Like, I can't support that. I don't know, man. That's tough. Yeah, the Colts getting Warren makes a lot of sense. Niners pick is in. If they get Will Johnson, I'm going to be a little bit sad because Will Johnson's a beast. I mess with Will Johnson. Honestly, if they get Tyler Warren, I don't love that either. They're going to need they're going to need a replacement for Kittle at some point. God, there's so much good stuff the Niners could do here. I hope they don't do any of it.
Tackles got picked up already. Should we pivot to?
Tackles got picked up already. Should we pivot to defensive end? I don't know if we were ever really thinking that hard about tackle anyway. Like, it was never super realistic the tackles would fall to us. I'm sure we were aware of that. Michael Williams drops to us? Maybe. He's got a decent shot now. I would be all about that.
I vote a man worry at 18. Hashtag metahuman.
Sam Bam, thank you for the $1.99. I vote a man worry at 18. I mean, I think it's a little too much, but a man worry's very talented. I get the appeal of a man worry. I don't know if I can do it at 18, though. Too much risk. There's no way the Niners take a quarterback. Like, ain't no way. San Francisco taking Zable does make a decent amount of sense. I've heard about that. We're in commercials, guys, just so you guys know. Which is annoying because the Niners pick has been in for 2 minutes already. Still waiting for the Niners pick on my screen, people. Come on. Mhm. Come on. Come on. Jelly roll. I didn't know that was a real person. Okay, here we go. Let's get that Niners pick in. All right. Guess I'll go ahead and start cutting the video here. All right, everybody, what is going on tonight? The stream has been going great. We got over 700 people on the YouTube side alone right now. The Niners are just about to make their pick, so let's react to it. So there's a lot left on the board that I think is really good, and there's a lot of stuff here that I think would be good for the Niners. So this could sting. And it does sting. Mykel Williams, one of my favorites. I was a big Mykel Williams fan. I thought he was a top 10, top 8, maybe even top 6 player in this draft. I think this is a great pick for the San Francisco 49ers. I'm not thrilled about it. The best I can say is that he's raw and he's probably going to take a year or two to get to where he needs to get. But once he gets going, that speed to power game is going to be nasty. So I think the Niners did their thing here. There was a lot of buzz that they were going to take Walter Nolan, or maybe they were going to take Gray Zable. Those I would have been pretty happy with because I'm not too big a fan of either of those players. So I was hoping for one of those two outcomes, but Mykel, I think Mykel's going to be a problem, guys. So good pick by the Niners. Can't hate. And I'll react to the Cardinals pick when it comes up in a little bit here. See you guys later. Go Hawks. Come on down to the stream. We're having fun. And 49ers, I think you did the thing. I think you got a good one. Okay, okay, Cowboys pick is in, by the way. So let me first. That I am not the Lisan Al Gaib people. It is official. I am not the Lisan Al Gaib. All right, Cowboys, waiting on them. Let me get this video up real quick. Here we go. Tyler Booker. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, I don't know what to think about that. I mean, it's certainly not a terrible pick or anything, but like at 12? Really? Like, I don't think it's terrible or anything, but you could have traded down and got Booker, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if I buy it, but I think he'll be good. Miami's got 7 minutes, so we got a little bit of time to catch up here, so that's cool. Is Tyler, dude, Tyler Booker's not even on my screen. Tyler Booker is not even on my screen. I had him in the early second round. I don't know. Wasn't a big fan. Word is Miami's going to take Zable. Word is this is the Zable landing spot. So we'll see. We're not going to find out for a while, probably. Okay, apparently Shango's really unhappy, so I'm going to have to go watch that later. I hope they don't take Will Johnson. That's my, like, ultimate fantasy. I want Will Johnson, baby. Did I miss any donations, by the way? Okay, no, we're good. If Will Johnson's there, I do not want to trade down. That's one of the scenarios where I really don't want to trade down. He is so good. Warren would be sweet. I would love Warren. Okay, we're in commercial. 4.5 minutes left until Miami's pick is up. Where's the YouTube link? What do you mean, Marcus? Would you trade up for Will? A little bit. I'd be willing to trade up a few spots for Will Campbell. I don't think Connerly's a guard. Maybe he can do it, but I don't look at him that way. I look at him as a tackle. Miami 340 left. Pick is in for Miami. No trade. Pick is in. Indy probably gets Warren.
Go Hawks, blue heart emoji, green heart emoji, blue heart emoji, green heart emoji.
Go Hawks indeed, Peter. Thank you for the $1.99. Yeah, I don't think trading up is something Schneider ever really wants to do in the first round. Why do we need a corner? Because he's so good? Yeah, I don't care what position he plays. All right, we're almost back from commercials, so we should be getting the Miami pick shortly. Jalen Walker is still on the board, by the way. I think a lot of people would not have expected that. I don't have a problem with it because I'm not a huge fan, but I am a little bit surprised that Walker is still available. I mean, Woolen's probably not going to be here next year no matter what. Like, he'll probably be here this year, but I doubt he's here in 2026, so we do need to think about life after. Okay, here we go. Miami's pick is in. Kenneth Grant. Oh, boy. He goes to Miami. That was my guy. I don't like that. That was my dude. Okay. Colts on the clock now. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Probably this could be Tyler Warren. I guess it could be Will Johnson too. We're not far away, people. Our pick is coming up. Zable is still there, guys. Oh, pick is in for the Colts. Wow, they ran to the podium with that. Yeah, I was a big Kenneth Grant guy. I think he's going to be a beast. That's a heartbreaker, but still three guys that I would be excited to get at our pick. Warren, Johnson, and Campbell. Those would be my dreams at this point. If none of those three guys are there, then I'm tempted to trade down. I'm tempted to trade down. I might be tempted to trade down regardless if it's not Johnson, but I would really want to trade down if I can't get Warren, Johnson, or Campbell. Colts pick is in, by the way. We just don't know what it is yet. So Miami gets a nice replacement for Christian Wilkins, so I can definitely understand why they're doing it. All right. So what are the Colts doing? Okay, here we go. Tyler Warren. Not surprised. So, not in love with the way this draft is falling. A lot of my top guys are gone. I have two I have one blue chipper and one close to blue chipper remaining. And we've still got a few picks to get through here. So Atlanta's up next. Arizona is going to be after them. Yeah, it's a good pick for the Colts. A lot of people thought that was going to end up happening. No hate. Definitely no hate. Okay. So... man. So when I'm cutting the video to react to whatever the Seahawks do and probably what the Cardinals do as well, I'm probably going to be putting the TTS on mute so that way things can't like get all messed up on the recording. I don't want the recording to have a bunch of TTS stuff on it. I don't know about Harmon. I like Harmon a lot, but we don't need another 3-tech. We need a nose tackle. Atlanta might do an edge rusher. They might do Jalen Walker. They might do Mike Green. A couple different things they could do here. Blake Snodgrass, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel. 5 minutes left for Atlanta. Matthew Clements, thank you for the member message. 14 months. How do you feel about Golden at 18? It'd be fine. I wouldn't be in love with it, but it would be fine. I don't know how much edge rusher Jihad's going to be able to do, but he'll be able to do a little bit of it at least, I think. And his main values as an off-ball linebacker, which is going to be very, very significant. Come on, Atlanta. You've got less than 3 minutes. I always thought we were going to trade down, so I'm not terribly surprised if we do that. And I'm not unhappy about it. I think it's a reasonable thing to do. Come on, Atlanta. Stop milking. That'd be pretty funny if Atlanta took a dart. 1 minute, 45 seconds. Falcons are trying to trade down, maybe. Thank you, It's Hoof. Thanks for all the effort you put into your videos. 48 months of a membership, by the way, It's Hoof. Thank you. Especially leading up to the draft, easily the GOAT of Seahawks YouTubers. I appreciate that, Hoof. Thank you. 36 seconds for Atlanta. They don't know what to do. Atlanta don't know what to do. Yeah, I know Johnson has medical problems, but I think he's just such a good prospect. You overlook that. I really do. I think he's that good. All right. Okay, Atlanta's pick is in. Atlanta's pick is in. What are they doing? Do they take Jalen Walker? That's kind of what I expect. Okay, everyone is saying they took Walker. While I don't appreciate the spoilers very much, that is pretty much what I expected, so I'll go ahead and get that on the board now. I mean, I don't know. I liked him, but there's some problems there. I liked Jalen Walker, but I have concerns, man. I'm good with that. Okay, Arizona's up. And then we have the Bengals, and then we're up. Do you think that pick was motivated by the fact that they play in Georgia? Do you think they felt obligated to take a Georgia player? Do you feel like that had something to do with it? Okay, so Arizona. Okay, the heartbreaker would be if Arizona takes Johnson and the Bengals take Campbell. Then there's really not that much I'm too excited about at 18, and I would really want to trade back. Arizona's got 7 minutes here, by the way, guys, so this is going to take a little while. E. Harry Beast, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel. The Quad Father, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel. All right. What has Arizona got? They've got more than 5 minutes. We know that. Really, really hoping for somebody like Mike Green to come off the board here. Mike Green coming off the board here would be pretty nice for me because I know he's very good, but there are character concerns, and I don't want to mess with that, really. You guys can't hear me? That's weird. Um, Microphone's working on my end. 1 second. By the way, I would totally be willing to trade up here to get Will Johnson. 100%. Pick is in. No trade, no trade, no trade. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? All right, everybody. Welcome back. We've got ourselves an Arizona Cardinals pick coming up here, and then we're going to be up in like 10 minutes or less. So pretty quickly, I'm going to have to refocus my mind towards whatever it is the Seahawks do. But we do have a division rival with their pick punched in here. We're about to learn what they do. I will say this. As of right now, there are 2 teams between the Seahawks and their pick, and there are 2 players that I would consider to be big-time fist pump players to get. So if both of those players get picked here, and I'm talking about Will Johnson and Jihad Campbell, that would hurt a little bit because that would leave me with nothing that I'm really excited about. There's stuff I would like to do, and I didn't mind the idea of trading back anyway, so if we trade back, I'm good with that too. But man, I'm really hoping that after all the time we took to get to this point, there's at least one guy I'm really excited about available at 18. So that's what I'm going to say right now, looking at the way this board is falling. And it looks like they're going to drag out the pick just a little bit here. But Will Johnson and Jihad Campbell really stand out to me of the remaining players. I think both those guys would be great value. I think both those guys would be awesome. And anything else, there are other things we can do that would be fine. And there are other things we can do that would be okay. There are other things we could do that I wouldn't like so much, but I wouldn't necessarily think it's bad. But those are the 2 things that would make me feel really good about things. All right, it looks like Roger Goodell is taking the stage here to announce the Arizona Cardinals pick. So let's see what our division rivals have in store for us. Okay. Okay, Walter Nolan. Okay, hello. Um, I did have a first round grade on Walter Nolan, but just barely. I wasn't a big fan. I don't see the hype. I don't see the big appeal. So I got to tell you, with Derek Harmon still on the board, the fact that Walter Nolan goes to the Arizona Cardinals here, I like it. It keeps my I don't want to say blue chippers, but pseudo blue chippers on the board, and it sends a player that I think is a little overrated to a division rival. So I'm really happy with the way that worked out. So Walter Nolan goes to the Cardinals. I like it. And now we just have one team between the Seahawks and Glory. So Walter Nolan going to the Cardinals. I dig it. Okay, everybody have a great rest of your night. Come out to the stream. We got almost 1,000 people in there right now. Go Hawks, and we're just about up, people. Okay, let me get that out. Walter DT. Let me okay, let me get that uploaded. Masonic, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel. God dang it. Every single picture is WebP. I freaking hate WebP. You guys have no idea how much I've suffered through the years because of WebP. WebP is one of the worst things ever invented by a human. Okay, Arizona Cardinals, select. Okay, let me get this up real quick before our pick is here. Bengals pick is in, by the way, so we're going to find out soon. But Bengals pick is in, and then it's all us, baby. Did I take Nolan off my big board? I think I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I definitely did. Okay, we're in commercials, by the way, so we may miss the Bengals pick, which would be amusing. Commercials. I'm being told the Bengals took Campbell, which I expect anyway, but it hasn't been confirmed, so I don't know if people are messing around or not. What I need to do is get like 100 people in this chat next year to spam fake news on every pick, so that way nobody can tell what the actual leak is. That's what I need to do. I need to get a bunch of people in here to just spam fake spoilers, so that way nobody can tell what the real spoilers are. More than 1,000 people in the stream right now, by the way, guys. If you could please like the stream. We don't even have 200 likes yet, so if we could try to push up to 200 likes, that would be great. I would appreciate that very much. Over 1,000 people, yeah. Wow. Crazy. And that's just on YouTube. That doesn't even count X or Facebook. All right, Bengals pick is in. No trade. What do we got? Ooh, Shamar Stewart. Immense potential, but can he get there? Who knows? No one knows. Okay, we're up, people. Okay, I'm going to get Shamar Stewart off my big board, and then we're locked in. So, will we chase the value? I believe there's tremendous value in Will Johnson here. But will we go that way? Is the injury going to scare us off? Are we going to trade down? We have 5 minutes and 18 seconds to decide. So we do have an opportunity to trade down here, but nobody else has traded down except for Cleveland so far. There's an argument to be made here. Teams do not want to trade up enough. But maybe the Saints want to make a move for a quarterback here. Again, you could really get some good value out of the Saints if they value a quarterback here. And I'm not going to be looking at the chat for the next several minutes, and I'm going to turn TTS off. JTB, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel. I'm not going to be looking at chat because I'm sure the pick will get spoiled, and somebody in chat's going to say it. So if you don't want the pick spoiled, by the way, don't look at chat for a little bit here. Just going to put that out there. But TTS is turned off, and I am going to be doing a video whenever our pick is in, or if we make a trade. And I'll get back to the chat after I finish talking about our pick, whatever it may be. I see a bunch of new subs, by the way. Thank you. Appreciate that. We have over 320 likes now. Okay, 3:40 left for the Seahawks. No indication that the pick is in yet. Again, trade down, still on the table. I would personally not trade down here because I value Will Johnson a lot, but I still think that there is some room for a trade down here that would make sense. I'm worried we would get worked in a trade down at this point, though, because it doesn't seem like teams want to trade up enough. Like, I'm not seeing any indication that teams are chomping at the bit to move up. Now, that could change very quickly, but this could be one of those scenarios where you move back and you only pick up like a couple of fifth rounders or something. Okay, it looks like we've got almost 1,200 people on the YouTube side. What's up, everybody? Thanks for coming out. Pick is in, pick is in, pick is in. There will be no trades, no trades. Okay, pick is in. There will be no trade. We are picking, and you guys know who I want, so I'm just going to go ahead and hit record and start talking until the pick is announced, and hopefully it gets announced in a reasonably timely fashion. All right, people. What is going on? We are here. The pick is in. The Seahawks are not trading. And we're getting a player here at 18. And I think the draft has fallen okay so far. In my view, there are two players that are definitely worth taking at this spot. So we have choices. There's cornerback Will Johnson and there's linebacker Jihad Campbell. I think both those guys are awesome. I think both those guys are uber talented. I think they both have the ability to be some of the best players at their position in the league. So if we come away with one of those two guys, I'm really happy. There are some other players that I think would be fine, or maybe even like good, just not quite great. Guys like a Matthew Golden, guys like a Malachi Starks, even a Donovan Iziraku would be reasonable. There are some other guys we think that I think would be okay here. There are some guys that I wouldn't be super enthused about, but I would be comfortable with. So we have options. Still waiting for the pick to actually get announced. I think it's coming up in a second here. Worth noting, Gray Zable remains on the board. Gray Zable remains on the board. The rumor was the Seahawks wanted Zable. Here comes Goodell. So let's see if that ends up being the case here. So here's the pick. Roger Goodell. Gray Zable. Gray Zable. Okay. Okay. Gray Zable. So, first of all, that indicates the leak may have been true, which is not good. Let's just start there. I'm not saying anything about the player, just to start off. The leak being true is not great. But talking about the player, I kind of feel the same way about Gray Zable that I did about Byron Murphy last year. It's okay. I think it's okay. I didn't think Gray Zable was a first-round caliber player. I just didn't. I have too many questions there. I have too many concerns. But there are a couple things working here. Number one, he addresses a clear position of need. That's the first part of this. He addresses a clear position of need, an area of the team that we have not addressed for a very long time in a serious way. So it does represent some sort of changing of the mentality of the front office. And I do think Gray Zable has immense potential to be elite. I do. But I also think he has a capacity to be not particularly good at all. So this is somebody I would have been fine getting late in the first. I would have been more content getting maybe early in the second. I just didn't view him as a mid-first round guy. He's very, very tall for a center, which is probably where he's going to end up. If he ends up at guard, I think that's a little bit more reasonable, but I don't know if he's going to be a guard. Most people think he'll be a center. If he is a center, he is one of the tallest centers in recent memory in the NFL. He's very athletic. He's a great mover. He's going to be great in a zone scheme in theory. Doesn't have a lot of strength, but I do think that there is some upside to him there. By the way, sorry about my cough. Been kind of flaring up in the last couple of minutes here, but I don't know. I don't know. I think that you could have done better, especially with Will Johnson and Jihad Campbell still on the board. But I do like the fact that we finally addressed the offensive line. I just don't know if this is the way that I would have done it at this point. This team has many more picks tomorrow they could have used to address the offensive line in a way that I feel would have been more value appropriate. The thing is, we know, here's my main thing here. We know that Gray Zable is going to be not a tackle in the NFL because his arms are really short. There's no way he's going to be a tackle, in my opinion. I'm not even thinking about him as a tackle. So we know that. So therefore, he's going to be playing inside, either left guard or center, one of those two spots. Most people say center, some people say left guard, but he's going to be playing on the interior. The bar for success when you're inside, when you're playing center or left guard, is just much higher than it is for a tackle. If we had spent the 18th overall pick on a left tackle, like let's say we didn't have Charles Cross, if we spent the 18th pick on a left tackle and that left tackle ended up being above average, maybe bordering on good, I think that'd be fine because left tackle is such an important position that an above average left tackle is actually very valuable. But when you start sliding him into left guard, that value starts to get a little bit harder to achieve. So above average, bordering on good isn't enough now. Now I need a left guard that's actually like straight up good. And if you're sliding him into center, I think that value goes down even further. Now I need the center to be great. Now I need him to be like one of the best centers in the league for me to feel like it was worth the pick at 18. So high standards. The good news is he's so athletic, he could be that. He could. I just think there's some stuff that's going to be in his way. We'll talk more about Zable as we go along here, of course. I'm going to have plenty more to say about him in the coming weeks. But it's okay. I think it's an okay pick. I think we could have done better. I don't think the value is quite appropriate. I just feel like you could have done a little bit more to take advantage of the 18th pick. I think you could have traded back and gotten Zable earlier, or excuse me, later. So I can't help but be a little bit, yeah, I'm a little bit not super hyped on this one. So we didn't trade back. So I don't think we're going to be trading back up into the first round with our 2 second-round picks. So I think we're probably good for the day. But Gray Zable, what do you guys think? Let me know. I have mixed thoughts, but I don't think it's a bad pick. We've made plenty of bad picks in recent years. I don't think this is one of them. This is not L.J. Collier. This is not. I want to say Jordan Brooks, but I didn't even know who Jordan Brooks was before we took him. So I don't. Maybe that's not fair. This isn't D. Eskridge. This isn't anything like that. This is a guy that a lot of people thought was a first-round player, and even I thought he was an early second-round player. At 18, I feel like you could have done better one way or the other. All right. That's my initial reaction. I'll see you guys later. Go Hawks. Maybe I'll make a reaction video for whatever the Rams do, but that's probably it for today in terms of what the Seahawks do. So it's okay. Not great. Not as ambitious as I would have liked, but I appreciate the focus on improving an area of the team that really needs it. All right. Okay. Let me get that video up. I wasn't watching chat at all during the pick, so I have no idea what people's general reaction was. It seemed like more people were unhappy than happy, though. Okay, let me get that video up, and then I'll start adjusting the draft stuff. Ooh, Egbuka goes to Tampa. I did not expect that. Interesting. Okay. Did not expect that, people. Did not expect that. Let me get that. Video's just about up, guys. Give me a few minutes. Sorry about this, but, you know, the show goes on. At least the Rams don't pick for a minute. Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and get that publicized. Not that anybody's going to like it, because this fan base has some pretty extreme levels of brain rot when you criticize our general manager. So I don't know if anybody's going to like that video, but I'll post it anyway. Okay. All right, guys. So I'm going to need to take a minute here. Denver's up on the clock, by the way. Okay, so what did we do? Okay, Gray Zable. Power Hitter, thank you for the member message. What was the Seahawks leak? Sorry, just joined. Apparently, we wanted Tet, McMillan, or Zable, and if one of those two guys wasn't there, we would trade down. So the fact that we took Zable at 18 does kind of indicate that the leak was true. Not that we'll ever know for sure. Okay, Emeka Egbuka WR, OSU. Denver is up here. Okay. So, Gray Zable, IOL, NDSU. I'll give it a B. I'll give that pick a B. I like it about as much as I liked Murphy last year. Maybe a little bit more, just because I think he does have great upside. And I do think that it does address a position of need, but there's some concerns I got with Zable, man. I just don't view him as a prospect of that caliber. Let me get him off my big board. By the way, was he even on screen for me? No, he wasn't. He never made it to the screen. Not a good sign. And Egbuka's off as well, so we're moving that all down. I have no idea why Johnson's still there. Yashian, thank you for the $1.99. That's what I'm saying, man. I don't think the value was quite right. I may it's not a disaster, but you can't tell me this was the best player left at our pick. No way, no how. Okay, so Gray Zable, let me see here. So evaluating Gray Zable as a center, I'm looking at this right now. He's one of the tallest centers ever, if he's a center at 6'6". 312 pounds, so he's actually a little bit heavy, not that that matters. Short arms, which is why he's probably going to be a center. He is incredibly athletic. He had a monster vert and a monster broad jump. Okay. Had a great PFF grade last year. Allowed 7 quarterback pressures total across the season. 90.4 PFF grade. So he's big and he's a great athlete. So there's that. He's got enough strength to eat up bull rushers. He can anchor down. He's played several different spots on the offensive line, which is good because he's not going to be able to play tackle in the NFL. Leg drive enough to open up run games. He's really good in space, moving from target to target. Lots of reps in college, and he's a smart player. I think he's good at understanding how to pick up like twists and stunts. I'm worried about his height. He might be too tall to play center. He does tend to lose engage with defensive players because of his short arms, so defenders tend to slip off of him. He's a penalty magnet. He's picked up 15 penalties over the last 2 seasons combined. And there is some fundamental weakness here. Like, I do think that there are going to be like speed to power guys that are just going to push him around. I think that he's probably too weak right now to play in the NFL. He's going to have to find a way to add muscle. I'm concerned about his ability to pass protect, though. So I did not think he was a first-round guy. But there is immense potential here because he is such a good athlete. Ugh. If he's a left guard, I actually like that a little bit more. I think left guard's more valuable, so his margin for error is bigger. I don't know. Looking at the evaluation of Gray Zable I wrote up, maybe I undervalued him a little bit. Maybe we're talking more like a late first, early second guy. Still don't love it at 18, but it's fine. Sorry I keep coughing, guys. Man, apparently we were trying to trade down, but it didn't happen. I'm looking at... Okay, here comes the Broncos pick, by the way. The Seahawks are listing Gray Zable as a guard. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. If he's a left guard, I do like that a little bit more. Okay, so since the team is listing him as a guard, I'm going to go ahead and do that. And I'm going to upgrade it to a B+ because I think that's a little bit better. Oh, Denver took Barron. Denver took Jahdae Barron. Nice little pick. I like it. I mess with it. But what is going on with Will Johnson, man? This is not okay. Unacceptable. And who's up at 21? It would be Pittsburgh. Does Pittsburgh go Shadudu? Okay, if Zable's at left guard, I think that's a little bit better. So Steelers are obviously going quarterback here. We just don't know where. Dude, this Will Johnson thing is getting out of hand. Like, he's so good. Okay, I think we're caught up now. So yeah, I'm going to bump the Gray Zable pick up to a B+. Because if he's playing left guard, I feel like that's a little bit different. So, wait a minute. Okay, no, it is. I misspelled his name. That's not a good sign. Let's fix that right now. Okay. Would you have picked Will Johnson? Yeah. Hell yeah, baby. That's my boy. I still would have preferred Will Johnson because he's a blue chipper in my mind, but whatever. I can understand that there's some degree of flexibility there. Oh, okay. I just turned on TTS again, so sorry. The last dono probably didn't catch it. Oh my god, where is my... Okay, Upo, thank you for the $5 super chat. Zabo better start somewhere from day one. You don't use a first-round pick on a guard or center to have him sit and learn for a year or work on his body. I would be very surprised if he doesn't start at left guard because we literally don't have another one. He's definitely going to start at left guard if we view him as a left guard. As a center, it's less clear. Steelers pick is in. Steelers pick
I
is
wish I had
in.
balls and traded up to get Will Johnson.
Romy, thank you for the $5. I wish JS had balls and traded up to get Will Johnson. We didn't need to trade up to get Will Johnson. We didn't need to trade up to get Will Johnson. He was just there. Oh, man, I misspelled his name in the video title, too. Apparently, the Steelers got Harmon. That's a great pick. I can't believe they didn't draft a quarterback, but I think they made the right call. I like it. All right, let me get that on the board here. Oh, shoot, I just realized. Okay, so the Steelers... There we go. Okay, let's get my screen set up normal. I think the Harmon pick's good, but they may need to trade back up to get a quarterback here. Okay, Chargers up next. Let's get Harmon off the board here. Who went at 20? 20 was Barron. Okay, Barron, we're taking him off the board as well. Yeah, if they get hung out to dry by Rodgers, that's tough. All right.
I worded it bad, sorry.
I worded it
I
bad.
meant to
Sorry, I meant
trade up in
JS
the
to trade up in the mid
mid-20s and get Will
20s.
Johnson.
Oh, okay. Okay, Romy. I feel you. I see what you're saying. I don't know though. That may not be the greatest idea in the world at the moment. We don't have a ton of draft capital to play with here. Okay, Chargers are on the clock, by the way. 6:40. Clearly something was wrong with Will Johnson. Well, we know what it is. He didn't play very well last year because he was playing injured. Like, we knew that. Okay, so overwhelmingly, people really like the Gray Zable pick. 42% give him an A and 44% give him a B. So he is a very popular pick. I'll go ahead and end the poll there. We got well over 500 votes. It's fine. Man, Shadur must have had terrible interviews. Yeah, it's fine. I think it's a good pick, especially if he's left guard. That does make me feel a little differently about this. Him as a left guard, I think, is pretty compelling because you do have 6'6" guards. I think that's a little more reasonable. I do think there's a low floor, but I think there's a high ceiling because of how athletic he is. And he does have a good amount of strength, too. The problem is you already know he's not going to hit at tackle. You already know he's not a tackle. So you can't even try him there. You got to start him at guard and hope that he succeeds at guard or center. Chargers, 4 minutes, 10 seconds. Olu was getting better towards the end of the season. Yeah, but I think Olu's capped out, man. I just can't stand Anthony Bradford being our starting guard. Well, the problem is Bradford's the right guard. So Bradford might still be there. So what are we looking at? We've got Zable, Olu, and Haynes. That's exciting enough. I don't mind that. That could work pretty darn well. Shadur at 50? Apparently not. Apparently he's just going to go undrafted. Because I guess he did it terrible in his interviews or something, man. Something's up. I'd be very surprised if Golden was there at 50. That would be amazing, though. But yeah, I don't think you can hate this pick. I definitely don't think there's anything to hate here. I feel the same way about this pick that I felt about the Byron Murphy pick. It's fine. I just think you could have done better. I don't know. I don't really want Shadur. I don't want to mess with that. Yeah, I don't love it. For me to love the pick, I would have had to have thought more of Zable as a player, but I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's unreasonable. The fact that we're thinking of him as a left guard is interesting to me. If we can get away with him at left guard, and maybe we won't be able to because he does have really short arms, that makes me believe that it's a little more reasonable for this to work. Okay, so um so let's see. According to the mock draftable, Gray Zable's height is just an eighth of an inch under 6'6", which would make him one of the tallest centers ever. Same height as Posick and Joe Tippmann and Landon Dickerson, I guess. So it's not like it's impossible. But as a guard, it's actually a little bit better. There are quite a few guards that are 6'6" or even 6'7". So I don't know. I like that better. Are the Chargers going to get Will Johnson? Makes sense to me. Great pick. Dude, the Chargers have 6 seconds left. They're running out of time. The Chargers, what are you doing? You're running out of time. Triple zeros. Okay, pick is in. Pick is in. Do you still think we will need a backup tackle? Probably. Okay, I assume the Chargers are going to get Will Johnson here because it's ridiculous he's all the way down here. Still over 650 people in the chat, by the way. I know we're not picking again today, but thanks for hanging out.
In person, he'd be the next Will Levis.
Tezu Kako, thank you for the $6.99 Canadian, which is like $5. Sanders was smart to not attend the draft in person. He'd be the next Will Levis. Well, Jalen Milroe might be filling that role. Jalen Milroe may be filling that role. I wonder why Gray Zable didn't run a 40 time. He's pretty athletic. The 40 time probably would have been really good. It's also kind of weird. He had a really good vert. Okay, no. He had a really good vert and broad. Yeah, I wonder what his 40 would have been. It probably would have been really good. Wait a minute. They drafted another running back. Hold up. Hold the phone. Omarion Hampton. No comment. No comment. I mean, I don't think the value's terrible, but really? Didn't the Chargers sign Najee Harris? Did the Chargers not sign Najee? Or did I... fever dream that? Did I fever dream that? Yeah, Najee's there. So, like, why sign Najee and then spend your top pick on a running back? Green Bay's up, by the way. Let me see here. And then 24 is Minnesota. Green Bay, 5.5 minutes. Bit late. What's your opinion of the pick? I think it's good, especially because we're apparently looking at him as a left guard. I like that a little bit more. I don't think it's amazing, but it's fine. It's a pick that we maybe needed to make, which I appreciate. I don't know about the value, but I think the value is more likely to be fine because he's our left guard now, I guess. If he was a center, I would be less okay.
The Seahawks are world champs.
Devin Pet 14, thank you for the $49.99, and that is going to trigger the Super Bowl animation for the second time today. Always love the content, man. Keep it up. Thank you, Devin Pet. I appreciate that very much. Thank you so much. And with that, I think we are very close to the Super Chat tracker being full. Yeah, we are $20 away from the Super Chat tracker being completely loaded. Tricky to get 2 nose tackles now. There are so many, though, you could if you really wanted to. Remember, a guy like Nazir Stackhouse might be there in the 7th round. But thank you so much, Devin. I appreciate that. We are $20 away from topping out the Super Chats. At this point, a man Worry may very well fall to the 2nd round. That would be very, very interesting. Who do you want in the 2nd round? Well, it's going to be a long time before our pick comes up, so I have no idea, but Jaden Higgins would be a lot of fun there. A man Worry would be a lot of fun there. Ayo Minor, Donovan Jackson would be awesome. Although, actually, no, he's a left guard.
Brendan.
Seahawks OG, thank you for the $19.99 super chat. Always great draft streams. Yep, thank you. And we are now 1 penny shy of the super chat top marker. So we're there. We're effectively there. I can't buy anything with a penny, and neither can you. Do you think Ted McMillan would have been better for the Seahawks? Well, yeah, but he wasn't there. Like, what are you going to do? You can't draft a guy who's not there, so I'm not going to get upset about that.
The Seahawks are world champs.
Oh, my goodness. Devin Pet 14 has done it again with the $49.99. Thank you so much, man. Might as well top it out. Well, you have more than topped it out. In fact, we only needed 1 penny, and you gave me 4,999 pennies. So that's pretty great. Thank you so much, Devin. So that gets us to basically $300 on the day in Super Chats alone. So thank you so much, everybody. No, you need to stop, Henrique. You need to stop. Besides, we took Christian Haynes last year. I don't think we need another right guard anyway. Green Bay pick is in. Let's go, Green Bay. What do we got? What do you got? Okay, what is Green Bay going to do here? Let me take a look at the big board. Do they take, like, Matt Golden? Starks? This might be a good place for Starks. This might be a good spot for Starks. I'll say this. I liked it. All right. Let's see here. Green Bay. Make a pick. Okay, looks like Green Bay's going to milk this for a second. All right, so Packers pick getting announced. Let's see what we got. Come on, Green Bay. Start playing the music. Run them off. Play them off. All right, here we go.
Do you think our defense has the ability to be elite this year? I'm pretty happy to move it on that side of the ball.
Stop milking. Announce the pick. Matthew Golden. All right, that makes a good deal of sense to me. I kind of felt that one coming. Matthew Golden, you're out of here. All right. All right. Okay. Houston. Houston wanted to trade up, and apparently they didn't do it.
The Seahawks are world champs.
Oh, man. Okay, we got some new donos here. Sorry about that. I got distracted for a second. Devin Pett, thank you for the 1999. Do you think our defense has the ability to be elite this year? I'm pretty happy to move it on that side of the ball. I think we need a real nose tackle. Right now, we literally don't have one. But I do think that the defense is going to at least be top 10. And I think if we add a really good nose tackle, it could be top 5. I think Kenneth Grant would have made the defense top 5. Obviously, we can't get him now. But I do think adding a good nose tackle would have pushed us to that top 5 place. And Discombobulated, thank you for the $50 super chat. Big one right there. Wow. Monster. Another monster one. Another Super Bowl animation triggerer. Zable. I'm going to have to increase the maximum amount on the counter because it's not like a goal. It's just a counter. And we keep going over the counter. So I need to expand it out so it actually like doesn't overflow. Zable plays multiple positions and is very good at all of them. Well, he's not going to be able to play tackle in the NFL. We already kind of know that, right? There's no way. So we're looking at him as a left guard and center. If he's a center, I think that's a little dicey. If he's a guard, I like that more for sure. Okay, Minnesota's pick is in, by the way, so more teams not trading down. Can somebody take Will Johnson? Yeah, Stark's still on the board. I'm a little bit surprised. I just think left guard is more important than a center. So the standard for being worth it is lower as a left guard, so it's more likely you hit it. Brendan, should we trade up for a safety? I don't think so. I don't think you can trade up now because you did trade down. There's no way we're going to trade back up into the first. We didn't get enough draft capital. We needed to do like a trade back. We needed to do like a little trade back, I think, so we could pick up extra capital to throw in. Or maybe we could do like second, third, and Walker for a first round or something.
Heating out for the night. I'm guessing we aren't making any more moves. Have a good night.
Devin Pett, Thank you for the 19.99. Wow, you have been very generous this whole stream. Heading out for the night, I'm guessing we aren't making any more moves. Have a good night. I think that's a reasonable assumption. I don't think we're going to be swinging back up into this first round here, and we don't need to. We don't need to. But thank you, Devin Pet, for your tremendous support so far this stream. Yeah, Donovan Jackson. Pretty good. Seems okay to me. Give me... Oh, the Giants traded up with the Houston Texans. This must be to get a quarterback. This must be to get the QB.
Not feeling the 18 pick, although I'm happy for Schneider finally addressing our biggest issue. I feel we still could have picked a better player.
CPLT, thank you for the $4.99. Not that's what I think. That's kind of how I feel. I like it more that now that he's apparently being looked at as a guard. I like it more now. I still say we could have done better, but that's always going to be subjective. That's always going to be subjective. Jihad Campbell in the second would be amazing. If we get Jihad Campbell in the second, if I did that in a mock draft simulator, I'd turn the simulator off because it's not realistic at all. So they're saying the Giants drafted Dart, which I expected when they traded up. So that makes sense. I'll put that on the board. I'll just assume that it happens. Oh, and by the way, the NFC West Rival Watch videos are getting no views. I'm not even going to bother making it for the Rams. I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to be like, whatever. Nobody cares.
I feel we could have gotten Zable at rounds 2 SMH.
I feel we CPLT. I don't think that's true. I think too many teams liked him. A lot of teams liked him more than I did. Where did I have Jackson Dart? Oh my goodness. I can't find Jackson Dart on my big board, guys. Oh, there he is. Okay. So, second round pick, third round pick, third round pick. Okay, that's pretty good for Houston if they didn't like anything there, I guess. All right, Jackson Dart will not be making it to the screen, people. I got bad news. ATL traded up to 26. Yeah, Zable would have been gone by round 2. All right, so yeah, Giants are taking Dart. So, anyway, before we go any further in our draft coverage, I do want to once again tell you about my friends over at BetUS TV. A lot of fun sports things going on right now in the world. A lot of sports stuff going on that you can enjoy. And I do believe that BetUS TV may be able to help enhance your enjoyment of sports. A lot of interesting things going on in baseball, a lot of interesting things in basketball. Hockey is also very fun right now. And BetUS TV can make it all better. So head on over there, give them a shot, and go have some fun. All right, so darts off the board. I just don't like Dart that much, so I can't get behind the trade up. Maybe the trade up in a vacuum is okay, but I feel like that's Dart's just not that good. Okay, Rams trading to Falcons. All right, so let's get that. What do the what do the Falcons want here? Do they want Will Johnson? Are they taking Campbell? Bring him out, bring him out, bring him out, bring him out. Wait, are you serious? Did the Rams get a Falcons first round pick? Please tell me that's not true. Yeah, Atlanta doubling up on edge is actually probably a good idea. Wow. I guess the Falcons moved up a lot. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like the Rams getting an extra first round pick from a team that could go one way or the other in 2025. I don't like that at all. Oof. Okay, well, Atlanta, you better make a good pick here at least. They got a 2026 third. Well, which is it? Which is it, people? Does this run on guards justify the Zable pick? I don't really think about things like that. I mean, I think the pick is justified well enough without it. I don't. Again, like I don't think I never thought it was a bad pick. I think it's a better pick now if we're looking at him as a guard. I kind of like that. Let's see here. Rams got 4th this year, 7th next year's first. Oh man, that's a disaster. Okay, well, I'm not very happy about that. The Falcons could go one way or the other in 2025. I don't like them having an extra first round pick from them. James Pierce. Not a huge fan. So I'll say this. Okay, was he on screen for me? No, he wasn't. He was actually one spot off. Okay, so James Pierce will never make it to the screen. You will never know where I actually had him. Oh boy, that I do not enjoy. I do not enjoy the Falcons. We need the Falcons to make the playoffs this year, man. We need the Falcons to be a playoff team. Dude, I spent. Okay, Ravens are on the clock anyway. What does Baltimore do? Well, Johnson goes here, maybe. No, wait, they could take Campbell. They could take Campbell to replace Trenton Simpson because he's not playing very well. I could see that. Maybe they can take Milroe. That'd be pretty funny. Yeah, I don't understand that. Malachi Starks. They have Kyle Hamilton, right? I don't know if they need another super stud safety. Luther Burden makes some sense. I could see that. I will say the fact that Will Johnson is still on the board is telling me that there's something really wrong with him. And it makes me less unhappy that we didn't draft him. Clearly something came up in the medicals that was really bad. There's no way Will Johnson should be here at 27. The only way this makes any sense is if the medicals were an unmitigated disaster. So I can't trip on that. Yeah, Shadur's in trouble. Ravens pick is in, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. At this point, it's really hard to care about the Will Johnson thing. Like, clearly something is very, very not okay. There's no way every team would do this. All right, Mission Impossible trailer. By the way, guys, I made a Letterboxd account. I'm going to go ahead and put it in the chat right now. So you guys should go follow me on Letterboxd. I'm posting the link. I'm going to review a lot of films over the summer because there's less to do, so I'm going to be watching more movies. I'm going to see stuff in the theater too. So follow me over on Letterboxd.
More yill, please.
Discombobulated, thank you for the $20 super chat. I don't know how more IOL really makes any sense, though. We already have Christian Haynes, who we clearly believe in. The centers in this draft suck, unless you're using Zable as a center, which we're clearly not. Then I think that you can't really do much more with interior offensive line unless you're already throwing Christian Haynes out. And that would suck. I really hope that's not true. Three stars for Black Widow. I mean, I think the movie's good until the third act. I think Black Widow's actually pretty good, and then we get to the third act, and then it falls off. But
If so, do you take him?
It has a narrative thread, I think, more than I can say for most Marvel movies. All right, there goes Starks. Ravens really like safeties. Dylan Sosa, I would be very surprised if Will Johnson made it to 50, but if he does, yes, I am all over that. Good Lord. Malachi Starks. It's high. Okay, he was one of my top players left. I do think it's a good pick. I'm just surprised they took another safety. What if we are moving Haynes to center? Then I guess you could take Ratledge in like the third. I guess. But I've seen no indication we're going to do that. I'd like to. I think it's a good idea. But I want some reason to believe that we're actually going to do it. Sarah, if you keep spamming that same message, I'm going to ban you. Like, okay, it stopped being amusing a long time ago. Good Lord. We could get Jamari Caldwell in the 4th round. Oh, yeah, Detroit's up. What is Detroit going to do? Reportedly, they like Olu and Sundel. I don't get the Sundel thing, man. Like, be a positive person, like everybody, but, like, I don't know what we're supposed to get hyped on there. We've seen very little. He was not hyped coming out of college or anything. Pick is in for the Lions. They're not trading. Pick is in for the Lions. Oh, we have to get a nose tackle at some point. We literally don't have one. Who's our nose tackle right now? Byron Murphy? Byron Murphy's not a nose tackle. No, we do not want Shadoodoo. We do not want Shadoodoo. Come on, Lions. What's the pick? Hit us up. Man, so Jimmy Butler's probably going to miss game 3. I mean, I don't want the Warriors to win the title of this year or nothing necessarily, but that sucks. Warriors get to the playoffs and then dang. That sucks. Okay, Lions. Tyleek. Wow. I don't know about that one. Tyleek, I don't know, man. He's a run-stuffing 3-tech. I struggle with that. I struggle with the concept of a run-stuffing 3-tech. Okay, Washington, what do we got here? I'll take this shit. I did not think Tyleek would go in the first. Will the Raiders have a better record than the Seahawks? I think there's a decent chance of that, but I don't know. I mean, there's so much we got to learn about the Raiders. Like, they have a good offensive line. They have a better quarterback. They got a great running back now. They should be able to control the game with on the ground. The thing is, I really don't think Carroll's defense is going to work well. Like, it's just going to be so passive that I don't know if that's going to cut it. Do you think a lot of these people actually like Zable the player or the concept of Zable? I don't know. That's really hard for me to speculate on. I do wonder if it's the concept of Zable more than Zable himself. But it's not like Zable is without positive qualities. Okay, come on, Washington. 2 minutes, 50 seconds. But in fairness, that's what most people can do. You know, we're not professional NFL talent evaluators. We're not. We do the best we can with the information we have. Yeah, I don't think there's anything to dislike with Zabel, especially as a guard. I still don't know if it was the perfect value
How do
pick.
you feel about
Again,
getting Zable?
clearly
Because that's
something's
how I
wrong
feel
with
about
Will
it.
Johnson. Clearly. Sometimes you just have to accept that there was stuff that you weren't aware of. Ethan, thank you for the $4.99. How do you feel about getting Zabel? Because I don't know how I feel about it. I feel good. I feel good about it. I don't feel amazing. I think there are some ways this can go wrong. I do think there are some issues here, but it's definitely not bad. I don't think there's any reason to dislike it. And there is conceptually, there are some things to really appreciate here. Why not take Jackson, who was more proven? I don't know. Zable's a better scheme fit for Kubiak. I'll say that. Josh Connerly Jr. I like it. That's a good pick, man. Josh Connerly Jr. That's a good pick. I think he's one of the best players left. Zable can now play a lot of positions on the OL. He's not going to be able to play tackle with 32-inch arms. No way, no how. He's a guard. He's a left guard or center. And a lot of people think he's going to be a center, so it wouldn't shock me if that's how things end up. I'm hoping he can pan out at left guard. I don't know. A lot of people think that Zable's going to end up at center. It would not shock me. By the way, Buffalo's on the board. What do they do? Buffalo. Do they do like Luther Burden? Could they do Luther? All right, Buffalo's pick is in. Can Josh Simmons play right tackle? I'm not sure. I would think so, but it's hard to know. Okay, come on, Buffalo. Hit us up. Hit us up. Hit us up. Yeah, Marcus Mbao is another interesting one. Yeah, there's no way Zable's a tackle. I'm not even mildly considering that possibility. There's no way Zable can be a tackle. And we don't need a tackle right now anyway, so whatever. Okay, so. So who were the guards that went after the Seahawks picked? So the Seahawks took Zable, then you had Donovan Jackson, and that's actually it. Connerly went. Okay, we got Make-A-Wish Bills fan announcing the pick, looks like. It's possible they intend to move Connerly to guard. It could be, but I never thought of Connerly as a guard, so that would surprise me a little bit. Maxwell Hairston. Interesting. Interesting. Did not see that coming. He was on screen, but he was on the lower part of the screen. Chiefs pick is up. By the way, guys, if you count the donation I got on Venmo and the donation I got on PayPal, we are $1.08 shy of $500 today raised. So thank you so much for that, everybody. I don't know if I've ever had $500 in donations on one stream. I maybe I have, I'm not sure, but thank you so much for that, everybody who helped with that. You guys are great. Hairston is like an athletic freak. There are some problems, like he doesn't tackle. Wait, the Eagles traded up. Eagles traded up. This is not a drill, people. Why would you trade up one spot? What are you trying to snipe from the Chiefs? Sean Johnson, thank you for the $1.08 that gets us to officially 500 total if you count everything. So thank you. Okay. Appreciate that. What the Chiefs get? Probably not much, but we haven't seen yet. All right, come on, Eagles. What do you got? All right, what's Philly going to do to make everybody mad?
THX Brendan.
Does YouTube take a percentage from donations? Yes, they take 30%, which is why I set up the tip link in the description, because tips they take less than 10%. Discombobulated, thank you for the $20 super chat. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. But yeah, YouTube takes a cut, which they should. They're enabling this whole thing. But tipping takes a much lower cut, which is why it's nice to have around. So did the Eagles get Campbell? Still in commercials. Come on, give us the pick. Give us the pick. Give us the picks. Would you be mad if we took Sanders at 50? I wouldn't be mad. I would not be mad. I would just be like, I don't know how this is going to work. Come on, give us the Eagles pick. So it sounds like the Chiefs did get Campbell. Yeah, okay. And all the Chiefs got was a 5th-round pick, which is actually about right. That's actually about appropriate. I don't know why the Chiefs would do that. Like, just take Campbell, dude. All right, so so long, Mr. Jihad Campbell. Jihad Campbell. Fat. All right, Chiefs are going to take us home here, baby. Chiefs are taking us home. And then Cleveland has the first pick tomorrow. Man, Josh Simmons is still there. That's probably the pick for the Chiefs, right? The Chiefs probably take Josh Simmons. That makes way too much sense. Yeah, that's such a good pick. Man, I wish Howie Roseman was our GM. 32nd pick is Kansas City. They're up right now. Well, BPA is always going to be open to interpretation. Some people thought that Gray Zable was BPA there. I didn't. Oh, pick is in for the Chiefs, by the way. Yeah, I don't think there's any way Walker gets paid, but we can get value out of him for one more year. There's something to be said for that. Dinner Grits, thank you for the $9.99. I don't know what that means. Oh, it's a super sticker. Well, thank you, Cinegrits, for that super sticker. I appreciate that. That's an interesting super sticker, but it's clearly having a good time, so I appreciate that. Come on, Chiefs. What's your pick? Hit us up. Come on. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Josh Simmons. That's a good one, man. That's a good one. Cannot hate. Okay, Josh Simmons. Off the board. Okay, that's it for the day, guys. We are good. Yeah, on frickin' Restream, it doesn't show the super sticker. It just shows a description of the super sticker. Yeah, Simmons is great, but I think he's mostly a left tackle, so he's not really something we need unless we try to move him inside, which maybe you could. I think Shadur will go tomorrow, but Jalen Milroe's in trouble. Okay, guys. So I'm going to record like an outro video, and then I'm going to be on stream later tonight with the Hawks Nest. So remember, tune in tonight. Me and the Hawks Nest are going to talk about stuff. Okay, so. All right, everybody, that is a wrap on day number 1 of the 2025 NFL Draft. The Chiefs just took Josh Simmons, so that takes us home. Cleveland will be leading us off tomorrow, and I'll tell you, as interesting as the draft picks themselves were, as surprising as some of the decisions made were, I gotta say, in terms of the Seahawks, things didn't really get all that crazy, it felt like. The Seahawks picked a player that they were heavily connected to in leaks in Gray Zable, and they did not trade back. They did not trade up. They didn't move any of their later round picks. There is reason to believe that the Seahawks tried to trade down but could not find a taker, which I'm starting to kind of get used to that. It feels like most years it's hard to trade back these days, which is why we haven't done it in so long. So that really didn't shock me. I think it did disappoint us because I think we wanted to move back. I don't know if I wanted to move back, but I thought moving back was a pretty reasonable idea. So the fact that the team tried to do it but just couldn't get it done makes a good deal of sense to me. And we ended up sticking and picking Gray Zable. So I can't really talk about any trades because we didn't make any of them. I can't really talk about the draft capital that we've added or subtracted because we didn't add or subtract any. So all I can really do is talk about the pick. And I already did that in my initial snap reaction, but things have actually changed fairly significantly since that snap reaction. So I want to talk about that a little bit in this video, this day 1 wrap up, just so I can kind of put my you have your snap reaction, and then you have a second reaction after you get a chance to really think about it. So one thing that was really interesting that happened very quickly after the draft pick was delivered, the Seahawks are initially at least listing Gray Zable as a guard, not a center, but a guard. Now, a lot of people have projected Gray Zable out to be a center in the NFL, but that wasn't always the only route here. There was always some possibility he would be a guard, and early indications are the Seahawks are looking at him as a guard. If that's the case, if we are indeed looking at him as a guard, I think it would mostly be a left guard. That actually does change things for me, and it does make me like this pick at least a little bit more. So let's just start there. Let's talk about this for a minute here, because there are a couple of different ways to look at that. But here's the thing that I come back to, and I'll try to explain myself the best that I can so that everyone understands where I'm coming from. When you are looking at the offensive line, some positions are more important than the others. You have left tackle, which is generally considered to be the most important position on the offensive line. The value of your left guard play is higher than the other positions. So when if you were picking at, say, 18 in the first round of a draft, and you're picking a left tackle, in order to live up to that pick, the left tackle doesn't need to be the greatest left tackle ever. He doesn't need to be an all-pro. He doesn't even really need to be great. He just needs to be pretty good. He just needs to be above average to good. And he'll justify that pick because the value of the above average left tackle is much higher. But as you start to slide inside, that bar for success starts to really go up. And when you get to center and right guard, in my estimation, especially right guard, but also to a certain extent center, the standard for what I need from a guy that I'm taking that high in the draft is quite simply going up. So when I look at this pick initially, and I see Gray Zable as a center, my thought is, well, you're going to have to be special. You're going to have to be elite. You're going to have to be one of the best centers in football to be worth the 18th overall pick, because the center just isn't as valuable as some of the other positions. But if you move him to left guard, and I think left guard has become very important in the modern NFL, I feel like the standard changes. I feel like now I'm looking at him and I'm going, okay, I don't need you to be one of the best left guards in the league to justify this pick. I just need you to be very good, not necessarily even great. I don't need you to be some all-pro. I don't need you to be Steve Hutchinson. I just need you to be nice and solid and good, and that is such a big improvement over what we've had lately. So when I look at Gray Zable as a left guard, because theoretically I think he can do it, I don't, it's really hard for people like me who don't have the ability to really, really get into the weeds with this stuff because we're just civilians, to know if a player is going to be able to make it at a certain position on the offensive line. But if he can make it at left guard, I think that makes his success much more likely. I think that makes him meeting the standard of the 18th overall pick much easier, much more reasonable, and therefore I can get behind it a little bit more, because if it works out, he's also addressing what I consider to be a much more important position, the left guard spot compared to the center spot, which has its own level of importance, but left guard much more so. So that's kind of where I am right now on Gray Zable. I thought it was a good pick. I initially gave it a B. I upgraded it to a B+. I still don't know if it was the best thing we could have done. I will admit that if we really liked Zable, we would not have been able to get him later, I don't think. Some people are saying you could have gotten Zable in the second round. I actually don't agree with that. I actually think that Zable would have gone to Minnesota. They took Donovan Jackson, I believe. I think that the Vikings would have taken Zable. There are some players that I think are just more valuable than Zable, and I'm always going to be chasing value in these spots, and I refuse to ever apologize for that. But here's what I'll say. Clearly something is wrong with Will Johnson. Clearly, like beyond what we thought. something is wrong with Will Johnson beyond what was even known. And what was known was not good. So, bottom line is, Will Johnson is damaged goods beyond belief. That's the only way, that's the only reason he could fall this far. So, at this point, can we really be worked up about not drafting him at 18? No. At this rate, we might be able to get him at 50. Like, something is very, very bad on those medicals. That's all we can say at this point, unfortunately. Sucks to be him. And maybe also true with Campbell. I'm not so sure about Campbell. I think that him falling had more to do with him being an off-ball linebacker than him necessarily being anything super wrong with him. But I do think that I've cooled off a little bit on that stuff, just a little bit. Now, there are other players that I think had more value than Gray Zable, but I think that's less of an issue when we are seeing an attempt to do something that Schneider doesn't do. There, where he addresses the interior offensive line with a premium pick or a semi-premium pick. There's something to be said for that. And I compared this pick to the Byron Murphy pick, and in the case of the Byron Murphy pick, he was playing a very valuable position. The defensive tackle spot is very, very important. But at the same time, I was like, it wasn't necessarily a indication of a massive shift in philosophy. This is. So I'm a little more forgiving of it on that front. Now, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Excuse me. Ooh. Sorry, I went on there for a while. I really wanted to explain my thought process there, but I think the pick is good. I'm not going to say it's great. I'm not going to say it's my favorite. I think it's a little better than I initially thought, but we're going to have to see what happens tomorrow. There's a lot to learn tomorrow, and I'm hoping the team nails it. I'm excited. I'm intrigued, and I'm ready to welcome in whatever the Seahawks do here on round 2, because there are some possibilities of great things here. There is a possibility of the Seahawks really pulling off some special stuff here with the players that are left, in my estimation. So I'm going to get out of here. Go Hawks. Thanks for watching. That's my day 1 recap. That's really all I can talk about because nothing else happened. We didn't trade or anything. So, hey, John Schneider did something he doesn't typically do, and I guess that's cool. I hope he's good. I hope Gray Zable is good. There is some really fun stuff with him. I think that he has immense potential. I think there's a little bit of a lower floor as well, but I don't mind a lower floor. I don't mind a lower floor sometimes. I want peak. And Gray Zable's potential could be actually very elite. I think there is a scenario where he ends up being one of the best zone blocking guards or centers in football because he is so unbelievably athletic. All right. See y'all tomorrow. Go Hawks. Everyone have a great rest of your day. All right, guys, so we are getting close to wrapping up here, but real quick, I want to remind everybody about my good friends over at BetUS TV. They are powering this stream. There's a lot of fun stuff in the world of sports right now. There's a lot of stuff you can do in the world of sports. You can watch baseball. You can watch basketball playoffs. You can watch hockey playoffs. We're watching the draft right now. The draft coverage goes on tomorrow and Saturday. So BetUS makes it all go down better. BetUS TV makes it all go down great. So get on over there, give them a shot, check them out, let them enhance your sports viewing experience. Go have a good time and make the most of your sports viewing experience. All right. So thank you to BetUS TV for powering this stream. I will be seeing you guys tomorrow. Well, actually, I'll be seeing you guys later today on the stream of the Hawks Nest. So keep an eye out for that. See you guys soon. Great show tonight. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for all the donations. And we're doing it again tomorrow. We're doing it again tonight, really, but we're doing it again tomorrow.